We have Mr. Foldy here with Ms. Holm, but that's the only person I'm aware of ready to go.
All right, we can go on, Ms. Holm.
Your Honor, would it be possible to get on a Zoom and talk to Atiano, Roser, and Duncan?
Absolutely.
Excellent, I'll head right down.
Let me know and we'll,
Thank you, sir.
if you join, I'll put you in a breakout room. So first one would be Atiana, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Anthony Atiana, okay.
Thank you.
Yes,
All right, Mr. Atiano, I'm going to place you, when your attorney joins the Zoom courtroom, we're going to place you in a breakout room with him, all right?
yes, sir.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402698. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Isla Home. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
And Mr. Fold?
Foldy, Jeff Foldy on behalf of Ms. Holm, who stands to my right, Judge.
All right, and ma'am, you are Isla Home, is that correct?
Yes, Ayla.
Ayla, thank you. This is the time set for a city of Lansing final pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, I believe defendant will be moving forward with pleading guilty as charged.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Fold?
That's correct, Judge.
Are there any sentencing agreements or anything else along the lines, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may I inquire of your client of their misdemeanor advice of rights, Mr. Fold?
Certainly.
All right. Ms. Holmes, you understand in this misdemeanor, the ultimate penalty for the file is 93 days in jail and a $500 fine. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And you have the following rights in this jury trial, in this misdemeanor plea, and I'll walk you through those rights. All right, ma'am? You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You're represented today by attorney Jeffrey Foldy, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
You have the right to have the court-ordered witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you in a testified trial if you choose to testify. If you please accept it, you'll give it the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from a trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the 93-day misdemeanor. Is it your intent today to plead guilty to the 93-day misdemeanor?
Yes.
All right. May I have you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? Is that a yes, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to bring your attention back to June 7th, 2024 at the offense location of 500 East Michigan Avenue, City of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you driving a motor vehicle at that time on June 7th, 2024 at 500 East Michigan in the city of Lansing?
Yes.
And were you driving that vehicle in an area that was open to the general public?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, did you later learn, are you less than 21 years old? Were you less than 21 years old on that date?
Yes.
Okay. And did you later learn that you had a blood alcohol level of over 0.02 at the time you were driving the motor vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staple?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Foley?
Nothing, Judge.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And there was an assessment done in this case, I'm assuming?
Yes, there was.
It's already been done. So do you want to refer this to probation?
I believe that would generally be appropriate, Your Honor.
Well, Judge, if I might inquire the court,
Okay.
and I'm not here to
I
build.
think I have to, but.
Okay, well, as you know, this case was proceeding along and along. I was working with Mr.
Gehring, most likely.
Gehring. We had decided to get an assessment. At the time of the decision to do that, he said we'd make the offer that we just had here. but he wanted to use that to determine if there was going to be any other things that he thought was important.
Right.
I didn't know that Mr. Gehring left. Nobody contacted me, I didn't do anything. The assessment was finished. I sent it to the city attorney and I sent it to the court
Right.
because he had indicated that it would be a one-day plea and sentencing. I'm just relaying the last conversation I had, so I
Yeah.
apologize if I misinterpreted it.
Yeah, that I think that's fair. I think pursuant to the court rule, I have to send it to probation. I think it has to go through, the assessment's all done, so we shouldn't have a 9-week. I don't think we'd have the
We
9
still
week.
have to give them the time that they need because they're so backed
All right, but the assessment's all complete. So I would think that that this would be expedited some way. Generally, what we're waiting for probation is the assessment, and the assessment's complete. But I think pursuant to the statute, I have to at least make the referral to probation from that instance. So and I don't know if Mr. Gehring knew that, but I've got to send it to probation. I think generally the assessment is done beforehand for the city, so they'll know what the parameters are for any offer or any probation that's done. So I'm gonna refer to probation. That's on the 5th floor, City Hall, Lansing. Go ahead and tell them they've got your assessment all done, and then we'll set for sentencing.
Take that right down there.
And the set for sentencing date is,
March 3rd at 1:30.
so that's March 3rd at 1:30. And then if we hear from them, if they can get to it sooner, we'll move it up. All right, because the assessment's all done. So I mean, that's 3 months away. And so the one thing we're waiting for has already been done. So we'll move it up if we're able to. I'll find out who's on it and email them so that we can find out what the referral is. This is a little different, and I don't want to keep your client waiting, if unnecessarily. All right. So go down. They'll want to do a pre-sentence report. They'll be waiting for you, and they'll set you up for an appointment. All right, ma'am?
Yeah.
All right. Anything else for the record in 2402-698, Mr. Staples?
Nothing for the city or on.
Mr. Foley.
Nothing for the defense.
All right, you're all set, Ms. Holm. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we do have Mr. Hart here for Woodside, which is set at 9.
All right, let's go ahead and do
Here we
Mr.
go get the box.
No, you have a code compliance officer at City too. Just so you-
That's okay. I don't need to speak with them beforehand.
All right. We've got that on it's a balloon.
Is it on a dolly?
It's on a dolly. Yeah, that's a fair statement.
It has a special resting place.
Yeah, it's a little box.
Thank you.
I think the top thing is a different matter, Megan. If you wanna
Oh,
grab
is it?
that.
It
Yeah,
says
I know.
Woodside.
Oh, maybe it is. I didn't get it to the box.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-008991. That is the City of Lansing versus Woodside Meadows. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And sir, you are?
Good morning, Your Honor. David Hart on behalf of the defendant Woodside.
All right. All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. I previously have us here on August 27th concerning this matter. And then I know that there was a stip to adjourn somewhere in between that was done by writing, I think. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, I think if the court would be so inclined, the appropriate procedural step at this point would be to stay this matter.
All right.
There is a federal receivership in place. It is, however, a bit of a strange situation. It's was issued on a preliminary order. There's still a trial date set, so it is not a final order. There has also been an appeal filed, but no stay pursuant to that appeal. and briefing for that appeal has been held in abeyance, all while a state case for foreclosure is ongoing. So there are many balls in the air at this point. It's not at a position where the city would feel fully comfortable dismissing this matter in case it all falls apart and we end up right back where we started, but I think a stay is fully appropriate at this point, Your
All
Honor.
right, and Mr. Hart, is that a fair and accurate statement?
Yeah, Your Honor, I think a stay is one way to go and would be appropriate. I frankly don't know what the usefulness of this particular case is. It's exhausting, I should say, to be before at least 3 or 4 courts simultaneously on really the same matter. We are working toward improvement, I will say. My client has made a proposal to the receiver about how to rehabilitate the property. So I would say maybe better yet would be a dismissal at this point. But if that isn't something the court would entertain, then a stay would certainly be better than continuing to litigate in 4 venues.
My understanding is there is a case in Eaton County
Correct.
that and then there is a federal stay and receivership involved. Those are the 2 I'm aware of, and then there's an appeal from the federal court.
Correct.
Okay,
Which is
so that's 3 courts involved.
kind of on ice
Right.
as of now, but may percolate at any moment.
I certainly see the city's hesitancy to dismiss today with 3 balls in the air in other courts. And Mr. Hart, as you know, getting more lawyers involved doesn't help anybody. Doesn't. I mean, we've got state lawyers, federal lawyers, and then an appeal in federal court. I think this is a justified stay in the proceeding. I think that until we see where everything lands, I think that's a fair statement. So we'll stay the proceedings until we see where the rest of the balls land in this matter. So the stay is granted. And with that being said, I'm going to put this out sometime. What's the time frame are we looking at? Because you know better than I do the status of the appeal on some level, and then the status of the. I would assume the Eaton County case is just waiting to see what happens with the federal case on some level.
To some extent, yes, and to some extent, no, Your Honor. I think a date, maybe June 1st or somewhere around there. I think, as Mr. Hart said, the receiver is starting to take some proposals. I think obviously once the receiver has received a number of proposals they feel comfortable with, they will probably be making some report to the court, and I would assume that within the next 6 months that would be taking place.
Is that a fair time frame, Mr. Hart? About 6 months?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right. So let's do about 6 months on a. So we'll do June 8th, June 9th
At 8:30.
at 8:30. And then, of course, Mr. Sables, if you have any information or you want us to put on the docket, we'll put on the docket before then. But we'll set it right up now, June 9th at 8:30 for a stay in the proceedings pursuant to the other courts figuring out what to do and the stay of receivership in this matter. Anything else for the record in docket 24-008-991, Mr. Staples?
Nothing for the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Hart?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you already put him in?
We don't have like a stay.
Review's fine.
If we don't know anything.
We know what we did. Miss Castilla, are from the Ingham Jail Post One, are you Cristacia Castilla?
Yes, I'm Nastasia.
Okay, Cristacia Castilla. Ma'am, do you have an attorney today?
I thought I did. I don't know who they are though.
Did you make application to the Public Defender's Office?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk to Mr. Lee and we'll find out. So stand by, ma'am, you're in the right place. We're just gonna make sure, we're gonna see what your status is with the Public Defender's Office, all right?
For these court dates. I don't care. He's asking to speak and he needs to get up.
Where's the gold phone at, baby?
All right, for any individual in the Zoom courtroom, you'll be meeting with a public defender, either Ms. Sutter or Mr. Lee, depending on your case. And Ms. Castilla, Mr. Lee has been assigned on your case also, all right, ma'am?
All right.
All right, thank you. Stand by. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-03171. That is the City of Lansing versus Gabriel Bennett. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
And sir, you are Gabriel Bennett, is that correct?
That's me.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it is my understanding that Mr. Bennett intention is to plead guilty as charged.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Bennett?
It is.
All right, Mr. Bennett, you understand that this comes with a sentence depending the reckless driving ticket is a misdemeanor and comes with a sentence of 90 days and or it's a 90-day misdemeanor. I don't know what the
I
charge.
want to say it's weird. I want to say it's
Yeah.
250, but I could be wrong. Let me see if I can find that.
Financial aid distribution and other important information.
Mr. Hurd, we're gonna put you on mute. Well, we already did. Thank you, Megan.
Oh, fudge bats.
We find out exactly the fines that go along with the reckless driving. It's 90 days and or
This one is actually looks like it is 93 and or 500.
oh right. I thought I was pretty close to the lower drunk driving statute. All right, so you understand the ultimate penalty could be 93 days and or $500. Do you understand that?
I understand.
All right, thank you. This is a misdemeanor plea, so I'm going to walk you through your rights in this matter. All right. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you, to have the court order witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal any issues from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty instead. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the misdemeanor reckless driving ticket?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
I'm going to bring your attention back to October 14th of 2024 at the offense location of West Jolly and Pleasant Grove in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you driving a motor vehicle on October 14th, 2024 at West Jolly, Pleasant Grove in the city of Lansing?
Yes, it was.
And at that time, were you driving your vehicle in a way that would be considered reckless, which means that you could endanger others, or you were willfully and wantonly in disregard for the safety of others? Is that a yes? And what were you doing in
I
regard?
was staying to save myself. I wasn't, what is it that I was doing that was unsafe?
Yeah, what were you doing that was unsafe?
I was hanging out the window.
You were hanging out the window? All right. Were you a passenger or you were a driver?
I was driving.
You were driving and hanging out the window?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. It's the truth.
All right. And it was captured on dash cam to the best of your knowledge?
I actually don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Okay.
That's just what happened.
All right. Anything towards the factual basis of Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And we'll refer to probation because there has to be an assessment done. Well, no assessment for the drunk driving, but it has to go towards I don't know what his license looks like.
I do believe, I checked a second ago, but I do believe he has a valid license, Your Honor.
Do you have a valid license? Okay. Let's send you to probation. Okay, let's see what they have to say. So we'll refer to probation. I'm going to indicate that you do have a valid license at this time. This is a point ticket, so that'll go to the Secretary of State. But you should go to the 5th floor and see who your probation, they're just gonna set up an appointment. There doesn't have to be like an alcohol assessment done or anything along those lines. But with the 93-day under $500, let's just treat it as if, because that it's still a misdemeanor, all right? All right, and we'll set for sentencing on
March 3rd at 1:30.
March 3rd at 1:30. What they're gonna do, Mr. Bennett, is they're gonna prepare a report for me. We'll see what options are available. It's not the most serious of matters, you know that, but let's treat it like a misdemeanor so we get everything done that we need to do and make sure that this doesn't happen again, all right?
Absolutely.
All right, all right. So Mr. Bennett, go down to the 5th floor and we'll see you for sentencing on March 3rd at 1:30, all right, sir?
Thanks so much.
All right, all right. That's all for the record on 2403-171. Thank you for your appearance today. All right, Mr. Lee, are you ready on some files?
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, Ms. Sutter is going to start with Mr. Thompson.
All right. Mr. Thompson. That's
It's a 10 a.m.
all right. We miss you, Miss Sutter.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. That's very kind. I miss y'all too.
That's a Latane.
A lot.
Thank you. All right. So we're on the record in docket 2403-109. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Latane Thompson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Matt Staples.
Mr. Staples.
Sorry, Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Thompson, who's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Latane Thompson, is that correct?
Yep.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
I would defer to Ms. Sutter, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Thompson has been asked to try and get an assessment done. We'd be requesting some time for him to do that. My understanding is times are a little bit backed up right now because there's not very many locations in the city of Lansing. The court would consider 45 days at minimum for him.
Yeah. I know they're getting done. I just know that there's less and less. So 45-day adjournment is granted. And we'll adjourn for a assessment 6 weeks out. February 24th at 9 o'clock. Mr. Thompson, that we've set the next pretrial for February 24th at 9 o'clock. So do your best to try to get the assessment for that date. Make sure that the city attorney has that, and we'll go forward from there. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Anything else for the record in 2403-109, Mr. Staples?
Nothing for the city, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, you're all set, Mr. Thompson.
All right,
You'll get notice from that for that February 24th date for my court officer.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lee, who would you like to go on?
How about Atiano, Your Honor?
All right, Atiano.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L28500031. That is City of Lansing versus Anthony Atiano. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Anthony Atiano.
And sir, you are Anthony Atiano, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Atiano?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding? Would you like to defer?
Your Honor, actually, I believe as one brief clarification, I believe this was a reset actual sentencing on a deferred sentence. And he already pled guilty to the charge. And he has not obtained a license. We would just ask that sentence be entered at this point.
All right, is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, I don't have, so it was set for deferred sentence in order to see if there was any restoration possibility. What was the initial plea as charged to the 90-day and or $100 allocution, Mr. Lee, on this case?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Atiano has tried. He has actually hired an attorney and made application with the Secretary of State. They recently kicked his application back for further clarifications and or updates. So he has yet to been able to get a hearing, but the court should be aware of the fact that he has been making significant efforts to that end.
Do we have a hearing date yet?
No, unfortunately, we don't.
There were more paperwork.
Mr. Atiano, do you know if you have a hearing date yet?
No, they haven't given me a hearing date. They just keep asking me for more paperwork. Every time I submit everything they ask for, they send me another letter asking for more stuff on top of more stuff without any satisfaction. So it kind of puts me in limbo.
All right. This is an April 24th. We've adjourned pretrial several times. Part of the key here is to get the license back, but Mr. Lee, you're not asking for any additional time in this matter. We just don't know is the problem.
That's the thing is how much time would I ask for? I don't know with the hearing,
Right.
if he'll get one.
All right, so I think this is fair to do the sentencing at this time. I think we've prolonged this as best we can to see if Mr. Atiano is capable of getting the license. And right now you're kind of stuck in a whatever bureaucratic nightmare that the Secretary of State has planned. So I'm going to set sentencing on the 90-day misdemeanor. I'm going to issue no time in the county jail. So sentencing.
He's nice.
So 0 days in the county jail.
Is he?
I'm going to set fines at $50 fine, $50 costs, which is the $100 fine, the $100 that is due under the license suspension. Crime victims' rights fee of $75, state fee of $50, for a grand total of $225 to the city of Lansing. This will be extracted. So this will be an additional. So you'll have to deal with this as an additional failed display license indication on your record, and that will go to the Secretary of State. So it's $225 to the city of Lansing. Mr. Lee, does your client need some time to make that payment?
We would request 90 days.
All right. So we'll give me a date outside 90 days. April 7th.
Yep.
So we'll set April 7th for $225 to be paid to the city of Lansing. That can be paid in person, online, or by phone. And you should get with the city of Lansing Criminal Department in order to make that payment. All right, sir? We lost Mr. Atiano. You understand that, Mr. Atiano? You contact them and they'll set up a plan with you. At least they'll be able to talk about that with you. All right, sir?
120 and hopefully, and do I still have to come to court after that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what.
I don't know if he's going to have to come to court.
No, you can contact the criminal division of the city of Lansing. You don't have to come to court. You could talk to them by phone or you could come in person. But you don't have to come back to court on this file.
Okay, so just pay through them. Okay, thank you.
All right. All right. Anything else for the record in 24L28500031, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Atieno, you're all set. You have till April 7th to pay the $225 payment to the city of Lansing. Thank you for your appearance today.
Okay, can we have him call?
Thank you,
because I have
sir.
witnesses here. Absolutely. Yeah. Your Honor, could we call the McGon case? I have witnesses here.
All right. Is McGon,
He's incarcerated. I'll have to.
so
go
we
get
probably
him.
have to
He's
bring him up.
downstairs.
Oh, he is here.
Yeah.
Okay,
So he's still, let's bring him up.
okay.
Yeah, let's bring him up.
Okay.
And then,
Your Honor, could I just maybe have my witnesses come in, have the court confirm and
Abs-
they can be on their way, since it's just a final pretrial?
yes, absolutely.
Hello?
On cell phone 8379, would you please identify yourself? You just said, what's your name?
Yeah, I'm Tandra McCool.
Sandra?
Kendra,
Kendra-
C-A-N-D-R.
Kendra,
Yes,
Kendra McCool, you're here for your
Yes.
9:30? All right,
yes.
stand
I
by.
couldn't get
I'm
on-
gonna stand by. You're in the right place. And we'll be with you in a minute. We've got some other cases to call.
So I am at the right place.
You're in the right place, ma'am.
I tried for, okay, thank you so much. I will hold.
So, Mr. Staples, who did you have here on the McGon case?
State your name for the,
Roxanne Landis,
Okay.
and then we had another witness as well.
yes, Vanessa DeCell.
She had to leave. She had a seminar training.
All right. So for the final pretrial, I've made a note of each one of those. You can make that representation in the court too. So, so you're all set, ma'am. You could, unless the city attorney needs you, you can leave today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else you wanted to go on, Mr. Lee, while we're waiting for Mr. McDonald?
We could go on Mr. Roser.
Okay. So Robert Roser.
He's
on Zoom. All right, Mr. Roser, we'll call your case. We're on the record in docket 24L289778182 and 83. That is the city of Lansing versus Robert Roser. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Robert Roser.
And sir, you are Robert Roser, is that correct?
Yes, Judge Flores. How are you this morning?
I'm great, thank you. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Roser?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a city of Lansing pretrial on these three. I think these are all tickets. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer?
Your Honor, as a preliminary matter, Mr. Lee did send proof of insurance and plates. So the city would move to dismiss those two civil infractions, and then I will defer to Mr. Lee as regards the failure to display ops.
All right, so dismiss for compliance on the no proof. Compliance on the expired plate. So that's a fair statement, Mr. Lee. How are we looking on the fail to display a valid ops ticket?
Your Honor, Mr. Roser has made significant progress to that end. He has completed all the requirements that the state of Florida has set for him, including attending classes, paying fees, He has one thing left to do for them. He has to get an interlock device installed on his vehicle and pay a $225 reinstatement fee. He says he will have that done by the end of the month, at which point he will be free and clear to obtain his license here in Michigan.
All right. And that was the fail to display was the underlying, that's the underlying ticket.
That's correct.
So so is Mr. Rosa seeking additional time on this? It was set for 30 days, another 30 days?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Staples, is that a fair statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the city have any objection to a 30-day adjournment for Mr. Roser to get a valid license in Michigan?
No, the city would not object to one more 30-day adjournment,
All right.
Your Honor.
So we'll adjourn for 30 days for compliance issues. And we'll set for February 3rd at 9:30. All right, so Mr. Roser, we've reset this for February 3rd at 9:30. In order, the plan here is to get you a license, so this is not a continuing issue. And the no proof of insurance and expired plate tickets have been dismissed for compliance purposes. So any questions, Mr. Lee, on that February 3rd at 9:30 date?
No, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record on the final ticket that's left, 24 L28977881, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set. So you should be back here February 3rd at 9:30 for we've adjourned this last pretrial for that date. All right, sir?
Yes, sir. I will see you then.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2403-347 and the accompanying ticket of 24L2903-172. That is the City of Lansing versus James Duncan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of James Duncan.
And sir, you are James Duncan, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
I will defer to Mr. Lee, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Your Honor, Mr. Duncan reports that he is in compliance on some of the charges, and I have emailed him now seeking proofs. So I'm asking for 30 days to allow him time to respond, get me the proofs, and allow for continued negotiation with the city attorney on the remaining charges.
All right, so we can do this and keep it moving along, but I can set it 30 days out for final pretrial. How's that sound?
That would be great.
Okay. Mr. Duncan, is that a fair statement? You're getting matters set in front of, and you'll have any matters set to Mr. Lee, and we're gonna set this for final pretrial in 30 days. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. So we'll set for final pretrial.
February 3rd.
February 3rd at 8:30. Mr. Duncan, we're going to set this for February 3rd at 8:30 for your final pretrial. All right, sir?
Yes.
All right.
Your Honor, I would state for the record that it would appear that there are no lay witnesses in this matter.
All right. So it's all law enforcement.
Correct.
All right, so unless that's requested for some reason, you don't have to have witnesses here.
Thank you, Your
Is
Honor.
that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yeah, we're not.
All right. All right. All right. That anything else for the record in 2403-347 or the accompanying ticket, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Duncan, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today. You're set for February 3rd at 8:30.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Bruin, we'll call your case after we do this fail to appear. All right, ma'am?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so you're welcome. We're on the record in docket 23-02024. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Robert Collins Jr. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
This is the time set for City of Lansing final pretrial. I'm sorry, it's set for pretrial in this matter. I have it as an Eric Tomal case, but there's an indication that he asked to be removed from the case. I have an appearance, but I don't have it followed up with an order. So there's some question as to but that was November 14th of 2024. He filed an appearance. It appears that Mr. Collins was then arraigned on his fail to appear by Judge Buchanan on December 18th. And then on December 18th, and it was set for today's date. At that time, it would appear that Mr. Collins has failed to appear. For the pretrial today. This is scheduled for 8:45. It is now 9:59. And Mr. Staples, how would you like to proceed today?
I believe, Your Honor, this is not Mr. Collins' first failure to appear, so the people would request a bench warrant be issued.
Okay, I have at least 2 prior failed to appears. So a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued on Mr. Collins. Anything else for the record in 23-02024? For the record, we call the hallway. There's nobody by Mr. Collins named in the courtroom, and the hallway was called. Anything else for the record in this file, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
That's all for the record in 23-02024. Thank you for your appearance today. I think we can go. On Mr. Bruin's case. Allow. All right. All right, Mr. Bruin, we'll call your case.
Yes, Judge.
This is somewhere on the record in docket 24-03244. I'm sorry, 112-05680. That is the City of Lansing versus Adnan Dalal. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr.
Honor.
Bruin.
Tiffany DeBurn on behalf of Adnan Dalal. We are both appearing via Zoom and would waive in-person appearance. I apologize, Judge. I do have a cough drop in. I picked up some, I don't know what, over the holidays. So if I have a coughing fit, please accept my sincerest apologies.
All right, thank you. And sir, you'll have to unmute. You are Adnan Dalal.
That's right. Yes. Adnan
All
Dalal.
right, thank you. This is the time set for an order on an application to set aside conviction. I have it, the paperwork was done as of December 12th. The Attorney General's opinion filed a no objection to the order on application set aside. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city has no objection and would leave the matter to the best judgment of the court.
All right, Mr. Bruin, do you want to say anything on behalf of Mr. Dalal and concerning the paperwork?
So what I will say is just by way of allocution, he has made a lot of changes. I actually represented him for this case back in the day. And since he has gone through this situation, he did the MAD Victim Impact Panel, Alcohol Highway Safety Program, Community Service. He was really affected by the MAD Victim Impact Panel. He has gone to school. He obtained his master's degree in accounting, completed an internship in 2014, his resume is incredible. He completed requirements for a CPA license and now is practicing as a CPA. He's been active in his community. He is truly the person that something like this is made for. And certainly, Judge, if you want me to go through and establish all of the facts for the purposes of the application, I can. I don't know if the court can just take our written application as proof of those facts, however the court wants to proceed.
I will take the written application as proof of the facts. Thank you for the allocution. Mr. Dalal, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court decides whether to sign the order and application that's been submitted on your behalf?
Judge, just would like to thank the court for considering giving me the opportunity to put my past behind me and considering my request to expunge my record. So I appreciate any consideration that the court is going to give. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Based on the representations of the city attorney and the no objection filed by the attorney general and the allocution by Mr. Bruin and comments made by Mr. Dalal, the order application set aside was filed on October 31st, 2024. The applicant has not been convicted of more than 3 felonies. The applicant has had no convictions for assault of crime. There are no criminal charges pending against the applicant, and the applicant has not been convicted of any criminal offense during the applicable time period required under the law of the state of Michigan. The time required by law of the state of Michigan for the convicted has passed. This was for the ordinance violation of operating while impaired, MCL 257.6253A. And the opportunity has been given to the Attorney General and prosecuting official to contest the application, both who have been rendered and reflected upon by the court and in each of their statements. Therefore, I am going to check the box that the application is granted as to the following conviction for the ordinance violation of operating while impaired. And I will sign that order to set aside at the request of the party. So the order and application to set aside conviction has been set aside and signed by this court. Anything else for the record in 1205680, Mr. Staples?
Nothing for the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Bruin.
Your Honor, is there a way to get that signed application or signed order emailed, or is that something we need to wait for in the mail?
Sean handles all that, and I don't know what the rules are to that, honestly.
I don't know. A senior person in the court handles the paperwork. What's his last name?
Farnham.
Sean Farnham. So it's Sean Farnham. He's the person to contact. We would provide a copy if you were here via Zoom. Mr. Sharnham can provide copies. That would be my best guess is to contact him, but it has been signed today.
Thank you very much. Nice to.
All right, you're all set, Mr. Dalal. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Take care, Judge.
You too.
Judge.
Jesus.
Have trouble getting in here. So, on the iPhone, you're walking. Could you please unmute yourself and identify yourself? That's you, ma'am. What's your name, ma'am?
I'm Casey Enos.
All right. And you're here for your arraignment, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So, Ms. Enos, let's go ahead and call your case while we have you here. Enos.
I'm gonna have to set this on a non-ordinance day to comply with the 14 days.
Okay.
So, is there Thursday or Friday, is either better for you?
We can make something work.
Okay.
It's just, oh, for the
Yeah.
hearing on this.
So that we can apply, because in 2 weeks is the holiday, so we're not here.
All right. All right, Ms. Enos, I'm gonna arraign you on your probation violation arraignment. So ma'am, file 24-01454, you are Casey Enos, is that correct?
Yes.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Enos?
Yes.
This is the time set for your probation violation arraignment. I'm going to indicate to you the nature of the allegations that have been brought against you by your probation officer. So this was done by Nathaniel Neves on December 16th. It is alleged that you committed the following technical probation violation. Per AverHealth, you tested positive for alcohol on December 6th, 2024. Do you understand the nature of the allegations that have been brought against you, Ms. Enos?
Yeah.
All right. It's my understanding you were previously represented by the public defender's office in this file. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you have the opportunity to have the public defender represent you again in this file. And have you made any contact with that office?
Yeah, I did call and I never heard back.
All right. Do you want their number? I'm going to set it for hearing date, and that would give the opportunity for for the public defender to assign someone to your case. If you show up without any type of representation, it becomes a problem, especially since this is a drunk driving case. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yeah.
So do you want that number, or do you have the number to contact them?
I have the number.
All right. You should contact them, indicate that we're setting this for formal hearing. This probation violation is set for formal hearing on
January 16th at 8:30.
So it's set for January 16th at 8:30.
Okay.
For formal hearing, and you should share that date with the public defender when you call and arrange to have representation on that date. All right, ma'am?
Okay. Thank you.
That'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. And we've set that for January 16th at 8:30 for that hearing date. Anything else for the record in 24-01454, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Enos, do you have any questions of me?
No.
You should be all set. We'll see you on that January 16th date.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hours already.
So when it's over, this is a moratorium.
Way too long. Way too many. What's that mean your holiday? Fuck. Where did you go? Yeah. Drea? No? Anybody?
Are you, who are you here for? No one? Alright. If you're done, head back to the top. You know you're gonna have to.
Yeah.
That's all we're doing is $10 today.
Okay.
So, Mr. Hurd, you have to stop talking. Or we'll mute you. All right.
You good? What was that? Hey, done. Hey.
All right, so Miss Castilla, I'm gonna put you in room 1, and your public defender will be in room 1 to talk to you. All right, ma'am? That is it 7? And then Mr. Johnson, are you in post 2? Is that Antonio Johnson?
Yeah, it's Antonio Johnson.
All right, I'm gonna put you in room 2 and you can talk to your client. You'll talk to your public defender.
All right, thank you.
On the iPhone, can you please identify yourself? You just joined the courtroom. You have to unmute. On the iPhone, you'll have to unmute. And they just left. Okay.
Just.
on the cell phone on 48379. Would you please identify yourself?
Yes, Tandra McCool. I just got disconnected somehow. I've been on the phone waiting.
All right. All right. Let me indicate you're in the right place, ma'am.
Yep, yep.
Mr. Lee, did you want to go on Mr. Johnson and then we can place you? I don't know if you needed to meet with anybody else in the Zoom.
Yes, that would be great, Your Honor. We can proceed on Mr. Johnson and I can meet with anybody else who is here.
We lost Miss Castilla. I think they took her from the room.
Yeah, we were having an audio difficulties. She was muted on her end. They did not know how to fix it. They said they were
All
going
right.
to disconnect and try again later or something.
All right, so let's go on Mr. Antonio Johnson. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402995. That is the City of Lansing versus Antonio Johnson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Antonio Johnson.
And sir, you are Antonio Johnson, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for City of Lansing pretrial. We'll defer to Mr. Lee. All right. Mr. Lee, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, Mr. Johnson is currently incarcerated with some files that are pending and has been unable to address any license issues that are pending. He believes that his license has been suspended due to some tickets that are outstanding in Pontiac. We would ask for a 30-day adjournment to allow time for further negotiation with the city attorney, as it looks like it may be difficult for Mr. Johnson to do anything with his license. However, he does state that he has a plea arrangement on his felony files, and so he may be able to get released in the next couple of weeks and at least get us some more information.
So set for final pretrial, 30 days out, Mr. Staples?
That would be fine with me, Your Honor.
So we're set for final pretrial for 30 days out for
February 3rd at 8:30.
February 3rd at 8:30. That might tell us where we land in as far as the circuit court files that are pending. So Mr. Johnson, I've set this for February 3rd at 8:30 concerning this matter. Anything else for the record in 2402995, Mr. Staples?
Nothing for the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
And nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Johnson, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Your Honor, before we have Mr. Lee jump back in, I believe we have Raquel Johnson on Zoom. That's just going to be a dismissal.
All right.
All that case.
So we'll call Raquel Johnson. And did you have Miss Castilla's back? Did you still need to meet with her after we do Miss Raquel Johnson?
That would be great, Your Honor.
All right. Raquel Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Staples. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L2888031. That is the City of Lansing versus Raquel Johnson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Raquel Johnson.
And ma'am, you are Raquel Johnson, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm Raquel Johnson for the record.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I can hear you okay.
All right, Mr. Staples, this is the time set for City of Lansing pretrial. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, proofs were previously provided to our office indicating that Ms. Johnson did have a valid proof of insurance, and therefore the city would move to dismiss.
Any comment on the dismissal without prejudice Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Johnson, this case is dismissed. This is on a ticket, so it's dismissed without prejudice, which means the people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically today, the case is dismissed. All right, ma'am?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
No problem. Thank you.
And then, Mr. Lee, did you want to meet with Ms. Castilla?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
All right. And then, all right, so Ms. Castilla, I'm going to put you back in room 1.
Okay.
Mr. Lee, I'm going to put you in room 1.
Okay.
I was like,
That's Mr. Idris, right? And visit 3.
yeah.
What?
All right, so I'm going to bring back Ms. Castilla. Then we probably should start calling any no-shows.
I don't know. So he's talking to the gentleman back of the interpreter.
All right, so let's go on Miss Castilla. So we're on the record in docket 24-00500. That is the City of Lansing versus Cristautia Castilla. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Cristautia Castilla.
And ma'am, you are Cristautia Castilla, is that correct?
Yes, I'm Cristasia.
All right, and Miss Castilla, you can hear me all right?
Yes.
All right, this is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, I know you haven't had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Lee. Did you want to defer?
I will defer to Mr. Lee, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Having spoke with Ms. Castilla, she has several cases pending. A couple of them involve similar issues. I think that at this time, what would be prudent would be to adjourn for 30 days to see if some sort of a global solution can be worked out to address all of her pending matters.
Okay, is that a fair statement, Mr. Staples? We'll set, this was a PR bond, and so she's in on another, she was bench warranted on this one, this out of November 12th. We'll adjourn for 30 days for consolidation purposes.
I think that would be fair to say, Your Honor. It does look like this is quite a complicated file.
We'll set it for final pretrial, and it'll be and we'll adjourn for 30 days. We set for February 3rd at 8:30. And then that'll give time for council to look into the pending files that are out there.
Your Honor, if I may, on this file, given the sheer number of individuals, both law enforcement and lay involved, if we could have no witnesses for that final pretrial.
Any comment on that, Mr. Lee?
Yeah, we are not concerned about witnesses at this point.
All right. So no witnesses at pretrial. All right, so I've set it for February 3rd at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 24-00500, Mr. Staples?
Nothing for the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, that's all on that file. Thank you, buddy, for your appearance on that file. And then did we want, Mr. Lee, did you want to call some of the failed to appears? And when we have one interpreter in here that we probably should call. Has anybody shown up on the Bynum case, Ashley Bynum?
No, I have not seen anybody in regard to the Ashley Bynum case, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and call that case. So we're on the record in 24-02740. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Ashley Bynum. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Ashley Bynum.
Okay, this is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. This was set for 8:30. It is now 12 o'clock. It would appear that Ms. Bynum has failed to appear for the final pretrial in the matter. I don't have a previous bench warrant on the operating while intoxicated case. Mr. Lee, have you had any contact with Ms. Bynum?
Not recently, Your Honor, but she has always been fairly responsive to and responsible in regard to the case. So I am really not sure why she's not here today.
All right, Mr. Staples, how did you want to proceed today?
Your Honor, given the lack of prior failures to appear, the people would have no objection to a 48-hour hold.
Okay. So there's a defendant has failed to appear for final pretrial, and a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued with a 48-hour hold. Anything else for the record in docket 2402-740, Mr. Staples?
Nothing for the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And then, so we have two cases in for that you probably want to talk to the interpreter and concerning Mr. Shavara's case. Mr. Gwynn doesn't have an interpreter today, so we'll have to adjourn that. And then I don't know, so do you want to handle those two cases and then we can see what time we're at for, we have some other cases on Zoom, but I don't know if we're going to get to those cases today.
Mother.
It makes sense, Your Honor. And, you know, if we have to adjourn the other cases, we understand. Yeah, I can talk to Mr. Shavaro right now.
Let's talk to Mr. Shavaria because we have a translator, and then Mr. Gwynn will call that case. That'll just be adjourned for the interpreter, I think. But all right, Mr. Lee, if you come in here, or you can meet Mr. Lee out there, yeah.
Okay.
So Mr. Shavaria and the translator are coming towards you, Mr. Lee.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Honor.
Fucking bitch. I don't know.
And Megan, I'll leave that in your trustworthy hands.
Unmuted us.
Yep. So we've got Ian Allen White, and I don't think Mr. White's here.
He was on Zoom, but I did see him on Zoom.
You saw Mr. Ian Allen White?
He did log in on Zoom, but obviously we didn't call his case, so he must have gotten patient.
All right, let's reschedule that. And I don't have proof of service on that. Do you have Mr. Staples?
No, I have the same packet, Your Honor.
All right, yeah, I don't have anything from the Attorney General.
I do have.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
Saying that it was in your bailiwick.
He had too many felonies.
Sammy, that's why I didn't show up.
All right. But he did show up.
Oh, he did.
All right, so let's adjourn that.
I will have to get with him. I'm not sure how he does all that magical things. I'll get it with Sean.
So adjourn to new date. So let's adjourn to new date for hearing. And then we don't have a translator here. Well, let's let for Megan to come back and we'll give Gwen a new date.
That's what I was trying to find. This is a probation violation.
Right. And
Where did he go?
so what are you thinking on that? That's within 14?
That's a problem.
January 6th at 10, because it was,
Yeah, we already wiggled it in, and he's here, and it's not his fault. We don't have an interpreter.
What is this? Is this what it's showing?
Yes. If I requested on that same January 16th date that we did another one, would that be acceptable to you?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gwen, you can come up here. We're gonna adjourn to January 16th, and then Megan can give him that notice. And we'll have a. All right, so we're on the record in 24-00476. Mr. Lee's that on that. Well, we're adjourning it anyway, so we don't really need it.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, so we do not have a translator here. There's no translator, there's no interpretation. We're gonna get one, okay? But we have to adjourn the hearing, okay? Does that make sense to you that you need a translator? A Vietnamese translator? Okay. So let me get you you have the when you're supposed to be here for today's date. We're gonna give you a new date.
How long out?
Oh, he has a scram tether.
Oh,
It's 10 days out. I had to do it 10 days for the interpreter.
And it's gonna be 10 days.
Hang
10, yeah, a week from Thursday.
week.
What?
Thursday, you will go to you right here.
Yep, at 8:30 in
at 8:30, right back here, right back here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning. You're out.
Yeah, we'll talk to the interpreter, okay?
Yeah.
Because we don't have an interpreter day, but you should be back here and we're gonna have an interpreter for you that day, all right?
Okay.
All right. So you said for January 16th?
At 8:30, because Mr. Staples is already,
All right,
I'm already messing with his.
all right. All right, so January 16th at 8:30, come back, all right?
Okay.
All right, and we'll have a translator who can help us.
Yeah, okay.
All right, you're all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You too.
You will help?
No, I'm not your attorney, I'm the prosecutor.
No, me.
He has an attorney, but he's meeting with another client,
Yeah.
so we've just reset it.
Yeah.
Because we don't have a translator here.
Yeah.
We'll tell Mr. Lee the same. All right, so when Mr. Lee gets here, we'll just start adjourning the cases. We adjourned to Alan White, right?
Yes.
We adjourned Christopher Wilson. Was
Yes.
that was the one that we gave to Megan?
Yes, sir. Did I print the notice? Okay, thank you. I got distracted with doing the interpreter.
All right, so Mr. Lee, let's just start going through the cases now and we'll call them and we can adjourn them and. All right, so and we adjourned Mr. Gwynn and we'll give you that date.
Okay.
Because we don't have an interpreter today.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't talk to him, I can't talk to him, nobody can talk to him. All right, so Mr. Hurd, we'll call your case. You can unmute. Mr. Hurd, you can unmute. I don't see Mr. Hurd. All right.
I'm here.
All right, Mr. Hurd, we're on the record in docket 24L29033322 and 24L29033321. That is the City of Lansing versus Ronald Hurd. Appearances for the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Ronald Hurd.
All right, this is the time was set for 9 o'clock for the preliminary pre-trial in this matter. I don't have an afternoon docket because I'm teaching elsewhere. So we're running into time constraints. So we're going to reset this. Mr. Hurd, there is an outstanding warrant for you. We have 2 warrants for you that you should clear up for non-payment to the city of Lansing. So you should clear those up before you come, because if you come in and you have warrants for you, you're going to be arrested. Do you understand that, sir?
Yeah. My warrants is from the non-payment. I've been having medical like surgeries and stuff like that where I can't.
They're active non-payment of warrants. So if you're picked up for any reason, you're going to get picked up on warrant. Okay.
Okay.
So clear those up if you're able to. We're going to reset this for
February 24th at 9.
February 24th at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
So this is reset for February 24th at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
All right. So anything else for the record in either of these cases, 24L29033322 or 21, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. So Mr. Hurd, we've reset it for February 24th. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
And then we have Miss McCool. Go ahead and call that. So Miss McCool, you're here. We'll call that 20G4199402. That is City of Lansing versus Kendra McCool. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Kendra McCool.
All right, this is set for 9:30 today. We're not able to call this case since I have a conflict in the afternoon. So, Ms. McCool, we're going to reschedule this hearing, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and we'll reschedule for?
February 24th at 9.
Jesus, mother.
9 o'clock. So we've reset this for February 24th at 9 o'clock. Anything,
yes,
so you can join us at that pretrial the same way you did today. Anything else for the record in 20G4199402, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, so we're all set on Miss McCool.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And then we're go on Mr. Morris.
Sir, will something be
So on the
mailed to
record
me?
in docket 24-03037. That is the City of Lansing versus Richard Morris. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples from the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Richard Morris.
And sir, you are Richard Morris, is that correct?
Yes.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to reschedule since we're not able to address this hearing at this time, and we're going to reschedule for February 24th at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, but this is the second time that it's happened, and you guys already dismissed the case when I was in court. They already said that they weren't going forward, but yet I'm still here. So I don't get
Mr.
that.
Morris, I can't answer those questions. You can
Yeah, but it's already
contact the
been
public
adjourned.
defender's
You
office,
adjourned it.
Mr.
You
Lee.
adjourned it.
Mr. Morris, you're done talking, okay? So you are reset for February 24th at 9 o'clock. And then you can talk to Mr. Lee about any problems you have with your case. Anything else for the record in 24-03-037, Mr. Staples?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Morris, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. And then Ms. Simpson, we'll call your case. So we're on the record in docket 24-03-183. And the accompanying ticket of 24L288-3181. That is the City of Lansing versus Ashley Simpson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Ashley Simpson.
And ma'am, you are Ashley Simpson, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pre-trial. Was scheduled for 9:30. It's now 12:16. It appears that Ms. Simpson, we're not going to be able to get to your case today, so we're going to reschedule. We'll reschedule both files. So you can have the opportunity to speak to the public defender in order to zealously represent you in this case. And we've rescheduled for February 24th at 9 o'clock. All right, Ms. Simpson, we've rescheduled this case for February 24th at 9 o'clock. If you have any questions, you should contact the public defender's office to speak with Mr. Lee. Anything else for the record in docket 24-03-183 or the accompanying ticket, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
All right, so Ms. Simpson, we're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Then we have Mr. Tyler. We're on the record in docket 24-03-200 and 24-03201. That is the City of Lansing versus Michael Tyler. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Michael Tyler.
And sir, you are Michael Tyler, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Tyler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for City of Lansing free trial. It appears that since I have a prior conflict that was scheduled months ago, we're not able to get to your case today. So we're going to reschedule your case.
Yes, sir.
February 3rd at 1:30.
We'll reschedule it for February 3rd. February 3rd at 1:30. Be February 3rd at 1:30. And if you have any questions concerning this case, you should contact your public defender, Mr. Lee. All right?
Yes, sir.
Anything else for the record in 24-03-200 or 24-03-201, Mr. Staples?
Nothing for the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further.
All right. Mr. Tyler, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
And now we can do Chavarria. All right. All right. So we're on the record in docket. Oh, ma'am, please spell your name, your first name and your last name for the record.
Susana Villarreal, SUSANA VILLARRTAL.
All right. Let me swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret in the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications, so be God under the penalty of perjury? Thank you, ma'am. Just let me know if we get going a little fast here. All right, so we're on the record in 24-03-244. That is City of Lansing versus Dacre Enrique Chavarria Averuz. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Diker Enrique Chavarria Averez.
And sir, you are Diker Enrique Chavarria Averez? Is that a yes, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, this is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding, or do you like to defer to Mr. Lee?
I'll defer to Mr. Lee.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Shavaria Alvarez currently has an immigration asylum case pending. He's originally from Nicaragua. To that end, he will soon be getting a work permit and a social security card. I don't know if it will be timely enough to resolve this case, but we are asking for a 30-day adjournment to see how much progress is made on that, and to give us time to further negotiate with the city attorney in the event that that will not be a timely happening.
All right, and is that a fair statement, Mr. Staples?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any objection to the 30-day adjournment?
No, Your Honor. I believe this is his first appearance tonight.
Right. This is his first appearance. We had a pretrial in December, but there was no interpreter ordered for that. So, and that's not his fault. So, so we'll reschedule we'll adjourn this pretrial to
February 30.
February 3rd at 1:30, and we'll also schedule once again the Spanish interpreter for that hearing. Anything else for the record in docket 2403-244, Mr. Staples?
Nothing further for the city.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, we've set this for February 3rd at 1:30 to take to assist us in waiting to see the foreign hearing status, and we've scheduled an interpreter to be here on that date. All right. All right. That's all for the record in 2403-244. Thank you for your appearance today.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your assistance, ma'am.
You're welcome.
We have all those Idris cases.
I can just.
We'll just adjourn those.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we don't have to come on the record.
All
We
right.
should-
Those are all those.
Yeah,
And then we have a couple failed to appears.
you want to just do a courtesy reset?
Yeah, let's do a
And
courtesy
if you just hand
recess
me all those and you can run.
on Mr. Lathrop and Mr. Winters.
Yep. After.
Let's do a courtesy reset on those. All right, we got through the docket with a few adjournments.
So sorry,
I know.
I know.
You're all right. All right, so Mr. Staples, you're gonna be with us.
I will be.
All right.
Foreseeable future.
All right. Generally, I'm not teaching at the new judges school, so
No.
we'd have what we'd probably do here is we'd work through the noon hour,
Right.
get to call the cases, and then we'd have some, but we don't have any probation matters set. But we'd start at 1:30 again,
Sure.
just so you know the drill. But I'm gonna go talk evidence for a couple hours. So
Ooh, awesome. Cool.
I think it's cool.
Your old
Most people
pastime.
don't. Yeah, most people don't think it's cool. I kind of like it, but I'm kind of a geek that way.
It's kind of
so.
important for a trial judge.
Yeah, I think so. Especially the new judges. We get so many comments. Judge Benson also teaches in King County. We get comment like, we just need a primer course. I'm like, look, these issues are a lot bigger than just a primer course.
Right.
But let's start at a primer course.
Right.
We'll just start there. But all right. Well, thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right.
Good day, Your Honor.
I don't think I've got any. I think Brandman was the last one.
Okay, perfect.
All right. So call me if you need me.
Will do, Judge. Drive safe.
All right.
Thank you, Wendy. I know we were a tough bunch to handle today.
Well, when he sends me, there's a reason. I rarely do that, but if I'm sent, there's a reason.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. I've been pulled in a lot of different directions. Thanks for everything.
You're welcome. Meg? I don't know if you want to go home and let Boo out and we can worry about sending
Yeah, I
these.
was just about to say that.
Go ahead,
I don't
hon.
really feel like
I'm
doing
just gonna
this
get all
right
these rescheduled and printed. We can do whatever later. Since I have a lot going on, so. Idris is in jail, so I gotta get out his reset before Susie hits. I'll be here. You be both.